And there we go, that microphone is on. Welcome everyone, happy Friday TGIF. And what is it? It's the 8th of September 2023. Welcome everyone, I'm your host DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Yo, it's Dr. Fox and I hear you. Thank you from Sue for the welcome, and Bulldog, and Old Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome Uncle Doc, and Henry saying I hear you. Arliss, we got you in there, and thanks. Going south, yeah, going south. I don't know. I think you should start it out by here we go again. I don't know. And hello to Sandra Rockland as well. Anyway, all good. Hope everyone had a wonderful day, and hope everything is all good for everyone out there. I want to say hello to our wonderful moderators first off. We've got Arizona Snowman and Piggy. And Piggy's not doing so well today. She's in a lot of pain, so she may be listening in, but she won't be doing anything tonight. So let her rest, and all our thoughts, healing vibes to Piggy for tonight, and hope she is better off just resting. And hopefully they'll get things all figured out there sooner than later. And also welcome to Sue is here. Welcome Sue, and C&D Boy will be along, I'm sure. Yvonne Kunkel, Siggy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles. That's kind of the lineup for the moderators, and some of them are here, some aren't, some are in the background, and some just doing their things. So anyway, all cool. So welcome to all of them, and welcome to all of you. We'll start out by going through the list real quick, and welcome to Henry Nelson and Brian Perfectibility 999, our wonderful King Colin. Arliss Scott is here. Onefish 26 also on board. Lizoid is here. Lizoid, I missed out on why you were shocked when you got your bill. Of course, Old Mummy of Hamsters, I think I got, and going up here, going south this year. Sandra Rockland also on board. Arliss Scott, welcome. And let's see, we got Bulldog, yep. Going south we got, okay, still scrolling upward, looking for other fancy names in here. We got Henry, got Arliss. Moving on up, Dan is in the house. I did see Gaines as well. There is Gaines. Welcome, both of you. And let's see, who else we got? Sandra Rockland we already got. Metal Omi 54, welcome back. Good to have you on board. Hopefully you're doing well. And let's see, what else we got? Who else? Who else is in here that I haven't said hi to yet? Shizo, welcome, or welcome back. 6.8 magnitude in Morocco. Is it in Morocco? Hang on, where was that? I had a report here for the big quake. Oh, okay, there's one in Morocco. We had a 6.6 in on the Kermadec Ridge as well, so we'll have to take a look at that right away. That's pretty big in Morocco. They're not really prepped for those kinds of heavy-duty scenarios. Anyway, Kevin Williams was the first person in, got the cookies today, so I think we're just about there as far as all of us getting the names out. If I missed a few, oh, Grandma B is down here. Welcome, Grandma B, good to see you. And I think I got everyone else. If I didn't say hi to you, it wasn't intentionally, just may have missed you. It happens. And just speak up or throw eggs or do something, I don't know, get my attention. Hey, Wonky Donkey is here. Welcome, Wonky. Or is that welcome, a donkey? And glad you got your names put back together there. Anyway, yeah, all cool for now. Let's get at things. Of course, on the screen, we are looking at some stuff from July 25th there. Of course, that is our wonderful Rebbe. And Rebbe is in Iceland. And that is just right beside Litihutur. And that is just south of Kalir, really, and north of Maridalia Valley, and it's all in on the Reykjanes Peninsula, so all cool. And that is what we're seeing. Unfortunately, it's not erupting right now, and I want an eruption. Let's take a look at some. Let's see, a rumble chart. Yeah, let's get into the rumble chart first. We'll start out at the top here since I already have it on ASCII. I was looking at that earlier. And there we see our magmatic for ASCII is gone up, and we've had some good-sized quakes in here as well. So something's going on. As far as our seismicity, it too was bouncing up and down, so something kind of weirdish. Same thing goes for our tectonic movement. And that is our three colors. So magmatic for our purple, and then green is seismicity, and of course blue is tectonic. Makes you wonder what's going on. Let's zoom down to some of the other ones here. Of course, Fregadel doesn't exist anymore. It's now ODH, and that chart wasn't working. Let's have a quick peek at Grimsey up in the northern end. We see it had a massive increase and kind of dropped and rebounded at the end here for our magmatic seismicity as well. A big upshot, drop back down, and then looks like we had some quakes on that one as well. And a big increase in tectonic movement as we see it go from way down to way up high. Very interesting. Let's take a look at the Grindavik chart real quick. Going up and dropping off, that is interesting. You know, we're kind of seeing a pattern that was happening in the north as well as the south. I think that may be just some tectonic movement that we're witnessing with some extra quakes in there. And it looked kind of weird here with our tectonic movement for Grindavik. Anyway, you know, you see the noise during the daytimes on weekdays, and including Saturdays, but not on Sundays. So this one here is kind of an odd day. Maybe everything that they were doing, or maybe they didn't work today. I don't know. Was it a holiday there? Have to ask. Anyway, let's leave the Grindavik be, and we'll go down to Kristavik. Have a real fast look at Kristavik, see what it was doing as well. And there is the Kristavik chart. It definitely rose up as well and dropped back down a little bit, and then we had some kind of a large spike in there. Pretty much the same kind of adventure as what we've seen over at the Grindavik one. So I don't know what the heck is going on there, but I think this is not just a localized event in the Reykjanes Peninsula. It's all over the place. So really cool. And of course the ODF chart, well, I have to check. I mean, I wasn't on it when I refreshed here the last time, but we'll take a look. And there is our ODF chart. And yep, we're definitely missing a pile of data. Almost 3 days now that this thing has been down again. And I hope they get it fixed. So magma intrusion, possibly. But going south, the problem is we're seeing those same upticks up on the northern end of Iceland, as well as the middle and the southern end. So Askja, as well as up in Grimsey, as well as down in those other places. So it's kind of, that's what we got. What is it? MOH one, that is close as well. And yeah, that is MOH. Let's see if we can spot that. MGO-MOH there. And the MOH one is missing data as well. About 2.5 days worth. So maybe they've got a problem with sensors over there. The lava workers. I wonder, Wonky Donkey, where are you driving the drill over top of the sensors again over there? I hope that's not what caused it, because that is in that same area. Wonky, I hope it wasn't you. Anyway, let's leave that be. I'm sure it wasn't Wonky Donkey. We'll leave it be. Let's get over to see how many earthquakes were happening, and we'll go from there. He's not answering. Hi, Morocco looks bad. Yeah, maybe we'll just take a quick peek there before we go over to Iceland, Iceland's quakes. I just want to take a look at this. Now, I told you about the one at Kermadec Ridge, and that was this one here, 6.6, a fair size. I didn't realize that there was also 5.8 over here in Mexico, and then, of course, this big one here in Morocco, and that one is actually fairly far south in Morocco. I'm surprised at that, 6.8, and that is a whomper of a quake. Happened at 1611, and that is 18.5 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.9. That's one of the aftershocks there, 1630. So that's about a half an hour later, 20 minutes later kind of thing. No, Atlantis site is down here further. Where is the eye? I will find it for you. It's down past. Hang on, I went too far. It's got to be here somewhere. No, hang on, you go past here, and it's got to be in here somewhere. This is the area. Somewhere in here. Well, I'll find it. The Eye of the Sahara is in here somewhere. Right there. Found it. Okay, that's the Eye of the Sahara, Atlantis, if you're looking for it. So that is kind of neat, and that's just out here by this green welling. There is the Canary Islands. So if you go straight down from the Canary Islands, you almost hit it. And there, so that is the Eye of the Sahara, and that is your outline for Atlantis, and that has about the right width, 25 kilometers roughly, that kind of stuff. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's not what we're looking at, but these quakes here, definitely something to worry about. Now, it happening in the mountains is one thing. What's the closest city here? These guys here, Marrakech, might be affected pretty badly there, because that looks like that would have been this whole area in here. So I'm sure that these people will have some damage over there, and that is, yeah, Marrakech, yeah, well, that is, what is that? That's 50, I'd say about 70 kilometers away. So 70 kilometers, roughly about 40 miles from the epicenter, or at least that's what I can see here. So yeah, they would have felt it there. And you know, if we go 50 mile mark, you're going to have a few of these places in there. So definitely would have felt it. And again, it depends on how that quake reacts and how it vibrates through the stuff there. So huge quake though. That is definitely something to be worried about if you're in those areas. Anyway, I just thought we'd throw that in real quick before we get over to the other quakes in Iceland. So let's do those now. There aren't that many in Iceland, so we'll go through those and finish off what we don't catch right away here afterwards. I guess we can start up on the top here. That'll be just as easy. I looked earlier there was nothing way out in the water. Only 44 quakes in the last 24 hours, so let's start here. We got a 0.83, 10.5 kilometers down from 407 at 401, a 0.56, 10 kilometers down as well. And going over here, we got a 0.7, 8.2 clicks down from 1348, and 0.9, same time, 8.6 clicks down for that one. And moving over, looking at these two, we got a 0.71 and a 0.7 at 10 kilometers down for the 0.71, 417 this morning, and the other one was at 356, 0.7 and 10 clicks down. So that is what we got there. Moving down a little bit, a 0.5 here at Krafla, and that's from 14 minutes after 5 a.m. 0.5, 1.6 kilometers down. Moving down a little bit further, nothing around Askia, nothing around Herdebreit. Moving down, this one here, 2.1, a 1.1 kilometer down from 1939, and that is at Bardabunga, and that's probably where the Irish monk is hanging out. This one here, a 0.95, 3.9 kilometers down from 2356 yesterday. And moving along a little bit more, we see a 1.0, 1.1 kilometers down from 1154, and then this one here in this Torfajökull, something like that. 1.36 and a 0.928 or 928 meters down from today at 2217. Let's grab this one. This is Hecla here. Just beyond Hecla, we had a 0.5, 8.4 kilometers down, 2113 for him, and then a lineup of three, just under one each. And this one is a 0.93, 1.1 kilometer down, and that is 702 this morning. 1301, we had a 0.86, 3.2 kilometers down, and a 0.99, 135 meters down, likely ice movement from 1435. That's all there at Katla. Did you operate his mad scientist equipment, Awonki? That could save the planet if you did. Oh boy, what's he? Only just escaped from the genetics laboratory and just relaxing and replenishing my fluids he took. Who had you kidnapped? Oh my God. So no shenanigans tonight. Darn it. I don't know what the heck you're doing over there, man. It's a break time, so what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll capture these other ones after the break, and we'll take a look at what kind of a new swarming we've got happening underneath a Kalir. It kind of makes me wonder. Magma intrusion? Oh, I think I heard that word before in here. I'll be back, so I'll throw you back on, we'll put it back on the canned lava. I don't want to throw anyone into any volcano. If you haven't yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here's some music to keep you happy. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome and welcome back, everyone. Oh, mummy of hamsters, congratulations on being able to spot that kettle. That was awesome. Thank you for the welcome backs from Bulldog and Sue. And oh, mummy of hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And one fish is going round and round and round in lichen circles. And thanks, Kevin, and welcome. And yep, that is old footage. CVAT is here as well. Welcome, CVAT. Welcome, Yvonne Kunkel. And let's see. Thanks, Henry and King Colin and Scott Hartman also on board. Welcome. And let's see. I think I got everyone. If I didn't say hi to you, you can always yell at me and say, hey, you didn't say hi to me. And I'll try. Make sure you put DrFox2000 in there, though. Anyway, otherwise I won't see it. It'll just zip by on the screen. Okay, we were looking at the earthquakes on the Reykjanes Peninsula and that area. And we'll continue with that from here on in. So all good. Oh, Tom is here. Tom, is Pepper with you as well? Tom and Pepper. And we'll have to give conditions here for Tom and Pepper. Let's see what we can do. Of course, Pepper deserves a little snack. All right, there you go. There's your treats for tonight. Don't eat them all in the same place. Hey, it's GVC TV. Good evening, friends. Just passing by stream as always. Welcome and do your thing, man. If you want to stick around, that's okay. All right, let's see. Back to those earthquakes. And we'll carry on with those. So we did kind of have a look at everything up to... Well, including this, we kind of seen everything down to this point here. So let's carry on with these little batches here. And maybe Yvonne's got something interesting to tell us about those batches. That would be interesting. 1.4, 8.8 kilometers down from 509 this morning. The other one is also 509, 1.04, and 10.1 kilometers down for that one. Sliding down a bit. We do have a few together here. 2:39 a.m. we had a 0.69, 19 kilometers down. You're still looking for Ragnar? I'm hoping for all kinds of things. I think Kayleer is going to pop. 1.31, 4.8 kilometers down from a 140. And then we've got a 1.1, 3.4 kilometers down from a 121. And the other one is a 1.1 from 3 kilometers down from a 1947. Now, here's why I said that Kayleer is going to pop. You see that stack? Anyway, let's grab these two first. 0.32, 1.1 kilometer down, 1450 is the time on that. And a 0.2, 1.1 kilometer down from 2322 today. All right, so here is the little stack. It's not that many, really, but there are a few. So this one right here, 0.62, 5.1 kilometers down, and that was from 1611. And this is a 1.11, 3.6 kilometers down from 1550. And this one is a 1.11, 4 kilometers down from 1550. 0.75, 4.5 kilometers down from 1549, 0.92, 4.3 clicks down from 1451, 0.96, 3.4 kilometers down from 1546. This guy from 1550, a 1.11, I think we got him, 3.6 clicks down, a 1.06, 4.2 kilometers down from 1515. And from 1603, a 0.83, 3.4 kilometers down. And the one right underneath the peak of Kayleer is a 0.7, 3.5 kilometers down at 1636. So that is what we've got there at Kayleer. Now, of course, our Rebbe is right here. That's the Rebbe vent. And of course, that is the Siggy Fisher area. And of course, that is our wonderful Ragnar. Let's take a look at some of these and see what's going on here. 0.56, 6.1 kilometers down from 1:56 a.m. The next one over here from 5:11, 0.59, 7.7 kilometers down. This one from 7:11, 0.77, 6 kilometers down for that guy. And that is in Meridalier. And this one over here is up on the Ant Hill, as we called it. 8:52 a.m. 0.84 and 2.5 kilometers down for that guy. So a little bit of activity in Fragedalfjall, and I'm hoping we can get something. Still hasn't been fixed. Oh no, we gotta fix that. I don't know what to put down there. I have no idea where the lava workers are right now. Those guys are hiding. Anyway, looking at the rest of the areas here, Grindavik down here, Blue Lagoon right in that area, and of course the power plant and Yvonne's Hotel. And then I go over here, and we see some activity. 1.71, 5.5 kilometers down. At least last seen at Sheldon volcano. Yeah, what are they doing up there? I think they are going up there for Alaskan king crab is what they're doing. 0.71, and this was from 6:46 a.m. Next one, a 0.44. No, hang on, let's get it there. 0.44, 5.3 kilometers down, 6:55. The other one, 1.08, 5.6 kilometers down from 6:53. The 1.45, 3.9 kilometers down from 6:47. And 6:46, 1.74, 4 kilometers down for that guy. So not too shallow, not too deep, makes you wonder. 0.7, 5.5 kilometers down from 1802 there, and the 0.19, 3.8 clicks down from 2350. Next one is from, is that today's 2350? Yeah, yesterday's. This one here, they just took it off the map. It is time. Anyway, 1:14 a.m., 0.87, 5.9 kilometers down for that guy. So yeah, we just lost another quake. So 43 quakes in the last 24 hours for Iceland, and that is not a heck of a lot. The biggest one looks like over here at Bardabunga, and not sure what we're going to do with that. Maybe polar bears will chase them back to Iceland. Ooh, polar bears? I hope so. Lava workers are trying to get back from Burning Man. Oh, from Burning Man? Is that where they were? Isn't that down in California, in Arizona somewhere? Anyway, all cool. Okay, so we had a look. We don't see anything major popping, doing anything strange. Quick peek. One report we had today. This one is of interest. Campi Flegria. I don't know if I said that. Is a Flegrie volcano, if I said that right. Yet another seismic swarm period with M3.8 quake ended. So interesting to see that. And the quakes in the area there, you can see the little triangles. And yeah, very populated area. Yeah, I don't know how you pronounce that there. Is it Flegri? I don't know. 4 meters uplift? Holy mackerel, 4 meters uplift that's like 16 feet. Just imagine that. Okay, that's a little scary. Flagri, something like that. Okay, I hope I got that right. Anyway, yeah, quakes under the Campi area caldera yesterday, red dots, and there you can see them. And of course, the star is localized to something hard to see or read that. It's an Italian. Can't read that. Okay, what is this? This is Ethiopia. And the Rift Valley. Not what we want to be looking at. All right, let's read this report here. Another seismic swarm occurred beneath Campi caldera yesterday at 19:45 local time. The INGV seismic instruments started to monitor oscillate of the ground surface, oscillation of the ground surface, and the seismic crisis commenced with approximately 18 earthquakes recorded, of which one was located within with a maximum magnitude of 3.8. However, the Volcano Observatory issued that the seismic swarm episode ceased, and the swarm is among the strongest beneath the caldera since the seismic crisis during 1982 to 1984. So, yeah, that is kind of interesting, and I will leave that guy be, and we'll go, oh, there's that alien thing. I'll go back to here. Let's pop over to Mexico for a few minutes here. We'll go through there. I'm just looking for where the heck it is, and there it is. And everything is so slow with my computer today, I don't know what the heck is going on. All right, yeah, lots of a cloud. That is a Popocatépetl hiding behind the clouds. And of course, it is doing its thing. It had some nice lenticular clouds on it earlier today. Popocatépetl is about 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, and it is a part of the a plateau area, fairly high up in elevation. There's those lenticular clouds I was talking about, and that is pretty nice. And that was at about 9 or 10 minutes after 10 a.m. And prior to that, they were looking pretty spiffy there as well. But you can definitely see the output from there. So, what was that? Oh, the lenticular clouds. That is, it's actually very, very nice. I like that. That looks pretty neat. That is yeah, really a cool looking venting going on there. So, pretty awesome. This is slightly earlier. And if we go back a little bit more, let's see if we can get it there. That lenticular cloud was still trying to build itself back up as that steam is rising out of the center of the donut, if you will. Pretty cool. Now, one of yours streams. Yeah, one of yours. Oh, my streams. What? Anyway, pretty neat. I like this shot. That looks kind of cool. But the cloud is beautiful too. Oh, okay. Yep, that is kind of a neat. Anyway, there you can see the start of the formation of that. You can see how it's hugging around the caldera up there. Pretty cool. And earlier it was kind of like that, little lower level clouds. Don't know why we're getting multiple layers there. Golden time looked not bad, so definitely a lot of steam and whatever else, gases coming out of there. Pretty awesome. And a little bit earlier there, they had a little bit more cloud in, so visibility was a little bit tougher, and you couldn't see too much. That cloud was a little lower until the sun helped out and burnt off a little bit of it. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there at Popocatépetl in Mexico. let's leave that one be. We'll go over to our next one, and that will be a Fuego in Guatemala. Let's have a quick peek. And now, no guarantees that we could even see anything, but we'll try to envision what might be there. And let's see. Okay, so let's go back here a couple of hours and see if we can spot anything. What is this? Ooh, cloud soup. Nice. I like cloud soup, right? And more cloud. And here's a puff coming out of those white clouds. So you know the volcano is active. Definitely can tell the difference in the two colors of a cloud here. And if we go back a little bit more, there you can definitely see it. At 10:13 a.m. I was putting out quite a good plume. And I'm sure that we had more, and there it is, with stuff rolling down the hill here too from the looks of things at 9:22 a.m. So pretty awesome. And let's see if we go back a little bit more here. There were a few other puffs. This one here was a sizable. Oop, let's get it there. All right, a very slow computer today. And that was at 8:21. And why did that stop now? It's just incredible. Okay, I hit the button. Let's go. Anyway, that's what we were seeing. So definitely some activity from Fuego. It is continuing to do its thing. I'll leave that one be. I'm going to put it back on live. And we know it's doing its thing. So let's refresh on this guy. This is a little further south. This is in Masaya Volcano, Nicaragua. And you can definitely see where the lava is down in the bottom of that caldera. Don't fall in there. One-way ticket, guys. And that is not what you want. Pretty awesome looking, though. And I'm hoping that one day we'll be able to see that lava come all the way out here. I really like to see that. Anyway, that is a pretty cool picture, and that is a current one. It is just about time for a break here. Let's just load up a couple things, and we'll finish off with our South American ones here. Chile, looks like a Recon de la Vieja is having problems loading. I'll refresh that, see if it'll happen. Anyway, while that's doing its thing, this morning from our wonderful Lascar in Chile, and that is what we had there. And next one is Laguna del Mole, and Laguna del Mole was doing its thing in the clouds. Then it cleared off a little bit as the sun came up, and you can see how much snow they've got up there. It's winter. Brr. And the last shot, of course, not showing us anything other than cloud. That is Villarica. And that is pretty much it. I'm going to refresh that one. I just want to see if Villarica snuck its way out there and that we could maybe see it. We'll take a look. I don't know why, but I got a squirrel yelling at me from the window. You want more cookies? Is that what you're saying? I can't hear you. Oh, there's a Villarica glowing. I think as soon as I mentioned cookies, he's okay. Anyway, that's what we got happening at our wonderful Villarica. So definitely some fire in the hole. And get the ammo, Doc. No, squirrels are friends. Anyway, that is worthy of reloading. So definitely was worthwhile. All right, and let's leave it as that for right now. And I'm going to put it back over on that one so I can find that later. Back to that wonderful canned lava, ladies and gentlemen. And that, of course, is from the 25th of July from our REB event. On those friendly notes, it's time for me to take a break. And after the break, we will come back with bacon seeds. Yvonne Kunkel, are you still awake? Anyway, I'll be back. And don't go away. Keep smiling. Hit the like button. Play nice in the lava. And I think that's it. I'll be back. we go. That microphone is back on. I was just reading that comment there, Henry, and it says squirrels are edible in an emergency. But then again, it depends on the emergency. We might want to add, so is pretty much everything else, including wonky donkey. Just pretty much if you're hungry enough and there's nothing else to eat, you'll decide to what's going to be on the menu. That hunger drives you crazy. Anyway, I did say it's a time for bacon seeds, so thank you for the welcome backs from Sue, and Nancy Buchanan is here, welcome, and thank you Tanto, and welcome as well, and thanks Yvonne and Kevin Haynes and OneFish26, that is awesome. And Nancy Buchanan renewed her wonderful membership there. Thank you, Nancy, for that wonderful support. 19 months, wow. Donkey would not be tender. No, it'd be like leather, chewing leather. But like I say though, still on the menu. Oh, let's be nice and we'll stop our canned lava here for a minute, and we'll go over to bacon seeds and see what we've got for today. Oh, you weren't supposed to see that one yet. Let's hide that. This was yesterday's bacon seed, and of course Piggy did the wonderful thing and sent us some more. So let's see. There's a Piggy sending them, and of course this one was the first one that she sent. So see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, and I better not smell no evil either. And that's pretty cool. Anyway, that is hilarious. Yeah, let's let's leave that alone. Kind of a dog pile there. That really is. Anyway, I know it's not bacon seeds, but hey, Piggy sent it, so we'll put it in there as one. Let's go for our next one. Yeah, eyeballs. Yeah. Oh, speaking of eating, I think this guy needs a hogwash. I think we might have seen him before. That's okay. He's cute. I like his face. And definitely I want some more ice cream. Yep. And next one is a kind of a shy and hiding in the little tiny sty, but looking happy, a smile on its face, and we'll leave that one be. Here's our next little cutie, and that is a very young one, and that of course out in its little pen. So I don't think it needs a hogwash, but it is going to be cool. I was going to say welcome back, Daddy, but a donkey and not on the menu. A donkey and not on the menu. No, a donkey. Actually, you know what? Everybody is. if things are hungry enough, everybody's on the menu. Anyway, and teensy ones. Yep, you bet, Henry. And this is another one, and that is looking pretty cool. And that one is, I think that's a British pig, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely looks like yeah, one fish. One fish. Yep, it's a British piggy with the flag in the background. Awesome. Next one is this guy. Not British, but smiling nonetheless, and cute as all get out. I like that. Yeah, one fish, run and hide. Anyway, here's another little one. I think we might have seen that one before too. Nice and like that. Just little guys. That's got really pointy trotters too. Interesting. And here is a little bit more cuteness that everyone will enjoy. And, you know, just imagine opening a little box with that sticking its face out at you. I would be just absolutely enjoying it. Welcome, Reborn. I like your channel very much too. Okay, cool. Yep, everything is good here. And let's see, next one. Rock, yeah, wood / rock. Uh-huh. And here's another little baby sleeping, getting some Z's. So that is all cool. And of course I like his pillow. It's a piggy pillow. And our last bacon seed for today is this one. And that's another one that's very, very tiny and having a nap right in the hand. And that is it for our bacon seeds for today. And thank you, Piggy, for sending those in. That is wonderful. And we really do appreciate you doing that. You know, even all things considered, you're still able to get those out. And glad that you're able to do that. But I hope that things turn around for you, Piggy. I hope things get better real quick. All right, awesome seeds. So we'll carry on. Let's go and yeah, Yvonne Kunkel, if you want to go to bed now, you have our permission. Okay, you may if you so desire. You're good to go. If you need to get some of that wonderful sleep. Get a couple hours for me too. I feel like a nap. That would be pretty awesome. And let's see. She might have fallen asleep already looking at the little bacon seeds. And we'll see what happens there. Yeah, I'm waiting for the commercials to stop at our wonderful Merapi. Then we'll switch to it and go from there. So. All right, let's get on there. And this is, of course, Merapi. Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. And they restarted their stream, and I don't know how much time we'll be able to look at it here. But they did restart just a little while ago. It is 7:16 right now. 4:22 a.m. we did see this. Down on the bottom left, you can see how much that was spreading out, and that is pretty awesome to see. Actually, all the shots here are fairly clear today. From there, you can see quite a bit of off-gassing coming off the top of the volcano, as well as the lava rolling down, so really good. Okay, but now it's going to sleep. Thanks for letting me see the bacon seeds after a long time, Doc. Well, you're welcome, Yvonne, and I hope you have a good night's sleep. Have a great day/night, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. See you later. Good night, sweet dreams, and all the best to you, Yvonne. I just wanted to see where that lava was actually coming down, and that should be about the start of it. There we can see it at 4:20, and things are smoking pretty good up top there. You can see everything is lit up on the other cameras here that are in IR mode, and there you can see the start of that lava, that stuff that made that really wide delta of a lava field down on the bottom, and you can see how it's spreading out here, basically 3 big fingers, now 5 or 6, and moving on down the hill pretty good. Looks like it carved itself a little extra route over here from the looks of things. I'd love to see what that looks like on a close-up during the day, but you can see quite a bit of that lava down on the bottom here. So definitely Merapi is giving us some extra bacon for today, and that is pretty cool. Welcome, Sharon Stewart, good to see you. And yeah, that is pretty awesome. Little bit of bacon, the bacon delta. Yep, it is. Definitely nice to see. And going back, let's see, 5 hours. There's another spot right about here. Let's see if we can get to it. Should be right around here. This is at about 1:30 this morning their time. And again, we see everything light up on the 3 IR cams here, or black and white infrared is more what they're set to. And of course we see the bacon in color coming down the hill, looking not bad at all. So pretty awesome that way. And definitely getting some bacon from Merapi tonight. So definitely Merapi making us happy. And we would like that. Let's just see. I'm just gonna just check. There's a few more shots here where we had some awesome looking bacon, and I think I'm on the next one, so we can probably switch to that. This did look like it really fanned out as well. Let's go to another spot here, and here's some more at 34 minutes after midnight at their time. Definitely a lot more bacon coming down, and we can see the seismicity on the chart down below here going crazy. So definitely spitting out a bunch of that wonderful lava, and it again zipping down the hill. So definitely worthy, and definitely bacon coming from Merapi tonight. Very, very much so appreciated. Thank you, Volcano, for providing a little bit of bacon. Anyway, that looked pretty awesome. A little out of focus, but hey, you know, 12:30 at night, or just after midnight, a pretty awesome shot as far as, you know, at least you're able to see fairly close up. So really cool that way. What was I going to mention here? Yeah, I heard on the radio this morning that the some dictionary company added 540 new words onto their dictionary definitions, and I thought one of them was kind of silly sounding. It was called Blur Day. Blur Day. Instead of a Thursday, it's a blur day. And that is a day where things aren't going right. I have no idea. Blur day. But yeah, 540 new words into the dictionary. We're going to have to study all of them and learn some of that lingo. Anyway, pretty cool, pretty awesome looking, and that was early this morning, or, well, right after midnight, that batch. And it did have a few more episodes, but nothing quite as spectacular as those, I don't believe. Just checking and going back here, and I don't see anything that was bigger than that. Oh, maybe we got one here. All right, we'll go back to about there. This one, though, was switched around. There you can see the black and white camera up top and the color one down on the bottom. Now, yeah, definitely seeing some extra lava, and here's that other trail. So we've got a trail coming through here now, and now this is kind of messing around and rejoining. I guess if we get spillage this way, this will rejoin in this area and decide to go several different paths. It looks like this is another little crevice or ditch or whatever you want to call it that it created by dumping material down. So pretty awesome to be able to see that in the color shot. You see it's a lot less lava there, but that's still flowing and moving. Blur day. Yeah, modern life is rubbish. Blur day. Okay. Yep, modern life. It doesn't matter when, if it's modern or not. Life is what it is. It is what we make it, you know. And sometimes, ooh, that was a little bit of a burst. That was interesting. I didn't do anything, and it popped a little bit more. So yeah, nice to see that we've got a little bit of lava coming from there. I bought that CD in Paris on the Interrail. Blur slash modern life is rubbish. Okay, cool. Blur day. Yeah, sounds like a day that you forgot your glasses at home. Something. Blur day. Anyway, let's leave that lovely bacon, and Merapi did make us happy. A burger and fries. Where's mine there, David? I'll take one. I will, I promise. Anyway, let's leave Merapi be. We're going to make that smaller. We'll go on to, I should put it back to alive, so when I look for it later, I'll find it. Our ski hill. Is there skiers out there today? I don't see any, not in this shot. Anyway, this is our wonderful shot of Mount Ruapehu, and they'll zoom out a little bit so we can see the whole mountain, I hope. And there you can see how much snow is actually on there. And the ski hill, the run all the way down. Definitely the trolley or chairs aren't moving. They're sitting still, so something is not functioning, but hey, it is what it is. At least we can see what's going on there. Oh, they're going to zoom in. Are there skiers up there? I don't see anybody shushing down. Oh, yeah, there are. There's skiers in here. How the heck are they getting up there? We do have skiers coming down the hill. Yep, like little ants or bugs. Yep, skiing, and that is Mount Ruapehu. If we go back a little bit in time, though, we can see what the whole mountain looked like earlier. Let's see, right about here. That'll give you a good shot. Let's see if we can get it there. Oh, that's just as we're moving the camera. Darn it. Let's get back to the shot. There we go. So that is all of Mount Ruapehu, 9:34 a.m. and that's when they started zooming in. Just want to go back here and take a look at the sunrise, see if that was anything spectacular or not. Actually, this is a kind of a neat shot. Not sure what planets are in there. That's the moon, less than a quarter, and of course that has got to be Venus. Or is that Venus? No, this has got to be Venus. Pretty cool looking. First thing in the morning. And yep, looks like a spaceship. And here comes the sunshine as we get in there. So a nice morning there in New Zealand. Moon, Venus, and I am not sure what the other thing was in the background there. Maybe a David. Sky crane. Sky cranes. Gotta like sky cranes. Alright, let's make that one smaller, put them back on live, and that is all cool there. We'll make the next shot a little bit bigger here, and we'll get it set so we can see the whole thing. There we go. Another beautiful day there in New Zealand. Of course, we are looking at Taupo. Taupo is the lake, is the caldera for the volcano. So that is huge. And you see how big that is. And then in the back, you see that monstrous white thing. That's Mount Ruapehu. So that's what we were just looking at. So pretty cool to be able to see that. But yeah, lots of activity there today. Looks like a pleasant day. Kids running around and people moving and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, this wonderful shot, courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo, and it allows us to see two volcanoes at the same time, even though neither one is erupting. Actually, we probably have a whole bunch more in the background here that we don't know of, that haven't done anything in tens of thousands of years, so they're not on the list. Anyway, that is pretty cool. Let's leave that be, and we'll go to our next place as soon as I can figure out how to get this one back to size. And there we go, and put it back on there. Hide that, and that'll get it back there. Okay, and next on the list is a Semeru, and our wonderful Semeru is out of the clouds today, and nice to see. There is some smoke and steam coming off of it. Looks like it's got maybe something coming down the hill. Unfortunately, we're not seeing much lava as far as that is concerned. If we go back 2.5 hours or so, really not much happening there at the time. And if we go back a little bit further into the darkness, we do see a little bit of a glow there, but nothing special. Okay, so very, very little going on there at Semeru. Semeru, of course, in East Java, you can see just a faint glow. Unfortunately, if I go back a little bit more here, this should be how far back? That's about 7 hours ago. So a very, very little lava glow. 12:30 in the morning for them at that point. So nothing really happening there, and that is unfortunate. This is at about 10 o'clock. No glow visible, and that is what we've seen. So let's put that one back on live, and that is what we've got there today. Let's take a look at our other one, Lava TV Cabs. Let's see if he's got anything new on Mayon, and we'll take a look there. And no, he doesn't. And now there was a one from, hang on, let me see if I can dig that up real quick. Let's grab that link and copy a link and dump it in here and see if we can show that. Paste and go, and maybe it'll go, maybe it won't. This should be a Taal volcano, and let's see if we go, is there a way to go full screen on this? I don't know. Anyway, why am I not seeing it? Oh, they got volume there. We got to turn that off or we'll get in trouble. Okay, why is that volume not working? Okay, I don't know. It's still coming through the background there. I'm trying to kill it. It's not working. Anyway, Taal volcano update, September 8th of 2023, and that is at 11:45. And basically what we're looking at here is, if you want to watch it pan over, you see that plume going all the way up and out. So it is doing some heavy duty off-gassing. That's what we're looking at, is that cloud, and definitely makes you wonder what the heck we've got happening there. And that is a Taal volcano, so I'll likely see a little bit more SO2 on the map today. Let's leave that be, and that was pretty cool. And it is a break time, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to put us back to our canned lava, get that moving, and then I am going to go take a break. And night time, I'm going south, warmer than Honolulu. Okay, Norway had 29 Celsius today. 29? Wonky Donkey, are you leaving? Good night, Wonky Donkey. Get some sleep. 27.5 degrees inside my stable at 1:30 a.m. Boy, you need to get some ice cubes. Anyway, okay. Let's leave that there. I'm going to go take that break, throw on some music. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick pop. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Thanks, and stick around. More to come. And there we go. Microphone's back on. Oh, there were. Had to catch my breath. I was in the kitchen. I thought, oh my God, that song's playing. I gotta go. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin Haynes. And thank you, Kevin, for gifting that one membership. That was awesome. Appreciate that. And thank you, Nancy Buchanan, for the welcome back as well. And I hear you now, Dr. Fox. Oh, let me do that again. I hear you now, Dr. Fox 2000. Oh, here. Okay, I can see the judge slamming the gavel. Here. Order in the court. All right, there you go. I had to do it. Just the way it was written. Hera, a goddess of the hearth. Okay. I hurrah you. Okay. Anyway, where the heck were we? I was watching the earthquake map. I wanted to see if there was any more shakers over there in Morocco, but instead I noticed another 5.6 in Indonesia shaking as well. So that looks like about the right place for something on the opposite side of the planet. Anyway, that's what we're seeing there. Let's leave that though. I know, right? Yeah. Thanks, One Fish 26. And let's see. Yeah, let's go to, I don't know, I was thinking of going to Japan, but I want to go to, I got to refresh Yellowstone. Yellowstone, for some reason, has had some issues with keeping that camera live, and I don't know why. But let's go to Yellowstone. There's a Yellowstone National Park. Let's see if we can just move that up a smidgen. It's being really touchy. Okay, and that's as close as we're going to get. Anyway, I definitely see some steam coming out there. It does stop every once in a while, not sure why. I think they upgraded their cameras, but their internet didn't get upgraded. Grandma B throws in the gift membership as well. Thank you, Grandma B. Grandma B, thank you very kindly for gifting that one membership. And Melford Weeks got that one. So congratulations to Melford. Awesome. Anyway, that is Yellowstone National Park. Let's leave that guy be. We're going to go over to Japan, and the ice cream boat is in, if you're interested. But what a mess is this over here, and this is hard to see. I can't tell. Is that a volcano? Let's go have a look, and we'll find out. Get on the right page. Oh, the ice cream boat just left. I didn't realize we were stuck there. All right, I guess we're going to have to wait for the next ice cream boat to come in. Yep, we'll have to wait. Anyway, that is Sakurajima hiding behind all that muck. Let's take a look at the closer up shot. And, yep, very foggy, cloudy slash not so good looking there today. And why is that picture not in 1080p? Why is that? That don't look like 1080p to me. It looks really out of focus. Let's see if that improves it. You know, YouTube lies to us. It says 1080p on there, but it wasn't. Same thing with this one. I bet you that isn't either. Let's see if we sharpen it up. 1080p auto. Oh yeah, so much sharper. Alright, and why does YouTube do that? Anyway, that is nasty. There we go. We can see what's coming out of there. If we back that up a little bit, we can see that it was pluming fairly nicely earlier. And that is pretty awesome. Going back a little further in time, you can see the little single vent over here definitely doing its thing. And the other two on the top there of the caldera still working away. Not sure if we're going to see much at nighttime. because we didn't have much of a moon lighting anything up. So I don't know. I was hoping we'd see some glow from the vent though. Let's see if that'll move it. Why is that not going? There we go. And we do see some glow from the vent. You can see right there, it's a kind of reddish in color. So definitely something going on there. We got some active lava inside that caldera. And a little earlier, hard to tell what it was doing. Too dark, but that gives you kind of a gist of what was going on there for the duration of the day. And continuing to steam off quite a bit of that gassy material right now. Let's make that one smaller. No sense in looking at the close-up caldera shot. It's not worthwhile since it's kind of yucky looking. And let's see if we reset this to a 720. That should get a little bit better. It did, but not by much. Anyway, there we go. Lots of clouds. This is over at ASO. We can see the caldera there for the vent area. We are actually within the caldera of ASO in here. It's a huge volcano, and this just happens to be the active vent that we've got right now. So everyone refers to that as ASO, yet the entire volcano is huge. So this little area here, though, that is the eruptive part, and we see some more steam and gas coming out. And of course, because it's like a big bowl, it just captures all that rainwater that comes out of these clouds and creates a steam with that heated floor. And it also gives off a lot of gas, etc. In there, specifically SO2, and sometimes a lot of it. So pretty awesome to see that. If we go back here, I thought this was kind of a neat shot where the plume is blocking out the sunlight and creating a little bit of a silhouette. And that is kind of nice. So awesome. And we'll go back a little bit further, see what it looked like just as the sun was rising. And Kimi, if she was here today, she'd be enjoying this because that is kind of a nice color to that sunrise. Now, just a quick reminder, the reason we see it very, very red is because there is a lot of SO2 in the atmosphere. That's what causes that red tone, or sheen, if you want to call it that, especially right at dawn. Or a dusk, either or. Let's see, why is that not showing? This was earlier, and I don't see the clock on there, so that's all good. Looks like a quarter moon up there or less. Anyway, that's what we have there. Let's put it back on live, and we'll make that one smaller. That is a nice shot, though. At least we can see what's going on, and we'll do that. Next shot here is from Asama volcano. That's about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and that one may be a no-go since it's clouds all the way across here. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it. Yep, clouds, and just nothing but clouds. So we will see. Well, that's going to be a no-go on this one, unfortunately. But hey, that happens. We can't have everything all the time. And let's see, a new ice cream boat. Nope, didn't show up yet. Darn it. All right, and we'll put you back onto canned lava while I read the volcano report. Let's see if that canned lava is moving. There we go. And we'll get that. Where is that volcano report hiding? There it is. I got it. So a volcano report for late Thursday's volcanic activity. We had 5 volcanoes. Starting out with Fuego in Guatemala. Continuing volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters reported in 1930. Sheldon and the Aleutian Islands, Alaska, continuing volcanic ash emissions aloft to 31,000 feet, 9,400 meters, reported at 2015. And what is it? Tungurahua in Ecuador. Haven't had that one on the list for a while. Volcanic ash emissions have dispersed, reported at 2030. And that is interesting. And so Ecuador has got a little busy there. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines. Eruption, volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 2115. Reventador in Ecuador. Light volcanic ash emissions observed to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 2345. So that is yesterday's stuff, and we have today's. So let's get at it. Friday's volcanic activity. 9 volcanoes. Sabancaya in Peru, sporadic puffs of volcanic ash to 25,000 feet, 7,600 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Intermittent puffs of emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 12:45. Sangay in Ecuador, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight, and then it changed to a light volcanic ash emissions, same height, reported at 12 noon. And Suwanoshijima in Japan erupted 3 times, and erupted to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 1:30, and then 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 8:30, and then to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 17:45. Busy, busy, busy. 3 times in one day. Awesome. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, a possible volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 4 a.m. No volcanic ash observed, reported at 15:45. Yeah, it was way too cloudy. You couldn't see a darn thing. Fuego in Guatemala, possible volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 7 a.m. And volcanic ash emissions observed to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 13:15. Mayon and Luzon Islands in the Philippines, eruption of volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, reported at 9 a.m. And we did have a look at the one report that we had there for Campi, and that was from 9:10 a.m. So Campi, a little bit of uplift happening. 4 meters. Wow. Anyway, Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, new volcanic ash emissions observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 9:30 this morning. And the last one on our list is Reventador in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions moving west to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 10:45 a.m. And there we go. That is our volcano report for today. And that is pretty cool. Asama, yeah. Asama is hiding. Very much so. And hopefully we will see it more often. I actually wouldn't mind seeing that thing erupt. That would be kind of cool. But then again, I wouldn't mind seeing a lot of them erupt. So that would be kind of cool too. Okay, so looking at what we've got so far, we've had a look at a bunch of the volcanoes. Let's go to Italy maybe, and we can take a peek there and see if we had anything happening in our Sicilian theater, if you will. And let's, I'm going to get it going here. We'll leave that can of lava running. That's okay. And there we go. Dropped it back to 7:12 p.m. During the evening for them. It does look like it's foggy and hazy. We do see the cloud up top though, and not doing a heck of a lot. Let's see if we go back a little bit further here. Definitely seeing clouds sitting way up top on that southeast vent. We can't see a darn thing come out. And there again, it's pretty much it. So not good visibility today. And it too looks like it may have a lenticular cloud sitting on it. Thank you for that 5-minute warning there, Sue. And let's go to the other shot. And I'm not sure what they're doing with this one. Let's see if they had anything earlier. Yeah, okay, and that was earlier. Wasn't very good visibility, and neither was that. And what the heck are they looking at? I thought they're looking at a volcano. Yeah, not very good focus there for some reason. And I mean, it is working because it's a good clear picture up top here. Just not, it's focused here, not over there. And that's what happens when you got a third of your screen very close in. Let's see, did it do better earlier? No, not really. Anyway, that's kind of what we're seeing there from Mount Etna. And unfortunately, it is not a very good picture. And it's because of the cloud work. Anyway, that's what we got there. Let's go take a look at the charts real quick in the area. And yeah, this is kind of interesting. Humdy-dumdy-do, and bang. We got a massive spike in there. Now, is that the earthquake that they had over in Morocco, or is this all by itself another earthquake within the mountain, within Mount Etna? So that is going to be interesting, and we will take a look at that after the break, though. And yep, and they're showing the other one here, and pretty spiky. I like it. I hope that we get a few more of those, and we'll see an eruption. Anyway, let's get us back to the canned lava, and it is about that time for me to go take a break. After the break, we will take a look at what we've got as far as our wonderful earthquakes around the world, and I'm just doing some maintenance in the meantime here. Let's see, will that come back yet? No, still not. And I'm just trying to get things organized. Probably more of the Morocco quake. Yeah, well, it could be. It could be, Sue. That's kind of what I was thinking. If I go spy real quick, we did have a quake. Well, no, that one over in, we had a 4.2 in Greece. I don't think that would have been what made that. Morocco's really long ways away from Sicily, so I don't know. I don't think it would have been that, but anything is possible. Kevin Haynes, good night if you're heading out, and take care. All the best, and thank you again for gifting that membership. Always appreciate the support. And on those notes, though, it's time for me to go take a break. When we come back from the break, we'll go through our earthquakes worldwide, and we've got quite a few of them today, so all cool. Anyway, if you good people have not yet hit that like button, please consider hitting it real quick. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel and you're lurking, peeking on in, please help us out. We are trying to grow the channel. So give it a quick bop on that subscribe button. And on that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and I'll be back. there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, we've got our wonderful Rebbe event on the screen from July 25th. Just because we don't have any fresh canned lava or fresh lava that we can look at, so we're looking at canned lava. Thanks for the welcome backs there, Bulldog, and thank you, Sue Hayes. And let's get over to the earthquakes. Oh, there it is. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. All right, that's all you get, Sharon. Yeah. Oh, that is as good as it's going to get today. Oh, earthquakes. I didn't realize my melodious voice was going to cause earthquakes. Yeah, I'm kidding. Of course it does. Let's stop our canned lava. Let's go over to our earthquake map. And let's start some shenanigans. Trouble. Let's have a look. Anyway, interesting looking map. So the latest one that we had was this guy over here. And that was a 5.6 in Gili Air, Indonesia, or near there anyway, from 1806, and today 509 kilometers down. So that's interesting, but if you look at the map, it's got some really heavy big quakes happening. And the last little while we were not seeing larger quakes. We were seeing everything, kind of 5-ish, that kind of thing. But when I want to point something out here that is kind of interesting, because this one here is in the Kermadec area. It happened at 3:09 a.m. and that's a 6.6. And the one over in Morocco is a 6.8 and happened at 16:11, and that's 18.5 kilometers down. That's fine. The other one was 89.9 kilometers down. But I just want to kind of point something out. This and this is pretty much straight opposites on the planet. If we take a look at this, we'll put on the terrain thing here. It gives us a little reference point. There is our Tropic of Cancer, and you can see it's just a little bit above it. Here's our Tropic of Capricorn, and it's just a little bit below it. And that is kind of the antipod, exactly, Sue. That is the antipod, and that is kind of what we're seeing. And we just got another quake in, a brand new one, a 5.0 in Vanuatu from 1845, 163.3 kilometers down. So a brand new quake there. Antipods, yep. Antipod is what we're likely seeing. So, they take a little while to ring the bell through the planet, and I don't know if it takes that long, but from here, 3:09 to this is 13 hours for it to basically end up giving a show there. Anyway, let's leave that be for right now. Let's take a look at what we've got. We'll go around everything like we normally do. So, Kamchatka Peninsula, very quiet. Everything else is going in other places. We do have a larger quake here, 4.3 in Petersville, Alaska, or about 70 kilometers away from it. 10:27 was the time on that one at 106.3 kilometers down. And that's the largest one there for a while in Alaska, sliding down a little bit further. We don't see too much till we get to about here, 3.1, and what's it, Yakaipa, California, if I said that, or is it Yakepa? Yakepa? I have no idea. Anyway, that is over there. Interesting to see that, and that is not too far away from population. Hope everybody is okay there. Just a little guy going further south and down here, and Mexico 5.8, and that is from 1037, 53.7 kilometers down. and that is kind of interesting. There's a second one underneath it, a 5.6 from 9:53, 35 kilometers down. So two quakes just about right on top of each other. Then further down, I think that's yeah, it looks like, yeah, that's Acapulco. And there you go, Acapulco, 29 kilometers south of Acapulco. And that is pretty much where it is. 13:27 is the time on that one, 10 kilometers down. Say Ukaipa. Ukaipa. I don't know. I can't say that. Ukaipa. Ukaipa? Or is it Ukapa? Or Kapi-a? Never mind. I can't say it. I'm not gonna say it. I won't say it. You can't make me do it. U-K-Pa. U-K-Pa? No, me not K-Pa. You K-Pa. Oh. Sharon's calling me names. Sue, Sharon's calling me names. She's calling me a K-Pa. Anyway, this next one, it's a 4.4, and that is down in Peru from a 913, and that's got another one of those names. 150 kilometers down for that guy. Next one is another one in Bolivia with a 4.4 from a 2321, 190 Grepa? Grepa. With rhymes with you Grepa. You Kepa? Gripa. Oh boy, I'm not going to get anywhere with this. I'm going to leave this alone. Anyway, 4.4, 2321, 190 and a half kilometers down. We'll leave that one be. Nothing out here in the Salt Sandwich Islands, but we do see one on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge down there, 5.0. And that was from 1432, so a little bit active there. And we slide over. We don't see anything in the Pacific itself here until we get over onto the Kermadec Ridge. New Zealand is okay, but Kermadec Ridge, Kermadec Island region, we have this one, 6.6, of course, from 309 and 89.8 kilometers down. Large quake, and yes, that's not too far away from the Kermadec Islands, and definitely would have shaken those poor people. Zooming in here a little bit, Fiji 4.9 from 8:26 a.m., 660 kilometers down. Then another one, Fiji region, 4.3 from 14 minutes after midnight, 563 kilometers down for that one. And this one is in Tonga region, 5.2, and that is from 10:34, 220 kilometers down for that guy. Next one, there's that new one in Vanuatu, 5.0 from 1845, 163 kilometers down for him. Sliding along, looking nothing in Papua New Guinea, moving over into eastern portions of Indonesia. That is that one, that's a 5.6. And I don't know what place they're picking, but it's not too far away from Bali. There's Bali, there's where the quake is, okay? It's a place I know, Bali. I've never been there, but it's there. And that's Egen, this little white speck, that's Egen. That's where our blue lava comes from when we watch it. So there, that little lake. That eruptive thing. Anyway, that is where the quake is, 5.6. I don't know what place they're picking, but that is Bali. Gives you a pretty good idea of where we are at. All right, looking at the rest of Sumatra area, nothing there, nothing in the Philippines, nothing till we get back up here in the Japanese islands. 4.8 from 1609, 74.3 kilometers down for that guy. Before we get to that little swarm, I want to go back to this one here, and that is a 5.2, and that's a Moog Island region, North Mariana Islands, and that's 4:54 a.m. and 147.4 kilometers down for that. Now, looking at this, let's see, where are we at here? No, we're not quite on it. Okay, this over here, that is Sakurajima, or no, Suwanoshijima, my bad, Suwanoshijima. Close to Toku Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay, possibly. I'm not sure which ones are right there. Maybe we'll have to look at the other map right away. Let's take a look though. 4.5, and that is from 2015 yesterday. And then we've got 4.1 from 11:14 today. 53.2 clicks down. The other one was 10 kilometers down. This one is 5.2, and that's 200. From 12:08, 5.7 kilometers down. Not very deep. 4.6 from 9:23, 10 kilometers down for him. And this looks like the largest one, 5.1, 22.9 kilometers down from 11:28. And then the last one here, 4.4. Tatsugo is the area. I don't know what that actually is, but that looks pretty cool. They said that it had been over 120 years since the region of Morocco felt a quake stronger than a magnitude 6 or higher. Yeah, I think it's been a while since they've had a big quake. That's the first really big one I've seen there, Bulldog. So, yeah. Anyway, quite a bit of business going on there in the Japanese areas. That may be a new eruption happening. You never know. Or creation of a seamound or something. Anyway, further up, this is a Tokyo area here. Nothing there for them. But further north, 5.5 from 3:28 a.m. at 53.8 kilometers down for that guy. We already looked at the Kamchatka, nothing up there. And going in here, China. This one is 4.8. That is in China. It is not in India. And that is from 1333, 33.9 kilometers down. If we zoom in, you can't really see where the border is, but let's put it on here, street map. There's the border. No, that's not the border. Where's the border? There's the border. Okay, and the border somewhere around here, along this stretch. Anyway, yeah, that's China. Okay, so I'll leave it as that. Always bugs me when they put down a different country's name from where it is. Anyway, looking at the rest of the area here, nothing out in the Indian Ocean. This is up here on the, wow, what do they call it? No, it's not Davis. I can't remember which ridge that is. Anyway, that is near Somalia, and that's a 4.4 from 6:41, 10 kilometers down for him. Nothing really in this region at all. And we don't see anything happening in Turkey or the Grecian area, nothing there in Sicily. I'm still wondering what spiked that sensor. It must have been what's coming from over here in Morocco. Anyway, that is a 6.8. That is a huge quake, and I hope that the people in that area fare well, because it's devastating when we have large quakes like that. 1611 was the time on it, and that time does not correlate with the spike on Etna. So this is much later in the day, I think, from what I've seen there. I don't know. I'm going to have to take another look. Maybe we can do that right now. Let's just peek. I want to double check that and see. At least I thought when we looked at the Etna one, it was slightly earlier. Let me take a look here. I don't know if we can tell what time it really happened. Well, maybe it did. Let's take a look here and see if we can go over there. Let me get in there. Okay, so time-wise, yeah, we're trying to look here at the time 13. I don't know. Okay, and that skipped past midnight, so obviously maybe that was at 16 something. I don't really know. Hard to tell because they don't have real good incremental shots set up here for us to be able to kind of count back time-wise. And this is H13. I have no idea what H13 or actually stands for. H01. H13, H01. There must be some time code or something that they've got. But yeah, looking at that, I'm wondering if that is that far in the day, because this is the 9th here already. And yeah, sorry. Yeah, the 9th. It starts in there. Or the 8th actually starts in there and then gets into the 9th. Yeah, I don't know. It would have been, maybe that is right when it happened, a 13 hour. That's hour 13. I'm wondering if that is, this is hour 1. That could be how it is put out there, hour 13. Thanks, going south, likely what it is. Anyway, let's get back over to that map. So looking at it, you know, when they say, well, they haven't had anything that big for 120 years in that region, I don't recall ever seeing anything that big over there. We did have some sizable quakes in La Palma. We did have some sizable quakes in the Canary Islands, but we've never seen anything that huge. Most of everything that we've seen along the East Azores fault has been about 5.2 maximum. It's 9:25 Eastern, I think. That Iceland is 3 hours ahead of me. Iceland is 3 hours ahead? Yeah, that would be about right. No, is it 3 hours? Or 4 hours? It used to be, oh, hang on, winter is 6 for me? I can't remember. No. It's 6 hours for us from here. And you're in Eastern, you should only be 2 hours difference. So I should have 4 hours. Something. It should be 4. Yeah, 4 hours for your time difference there from Eastern to Iceland time, I believe. 4 hours. Okay. All right. Cool. Anyway, the other quake that they had along with it, and we're not seeing anything after that, and that was from 1630. That's 10 kilometers down for that 4.9. And a 4.9 by itself is pretty darn deadly. As far as a street map, we kind of looked before here just to see where everything is. And Marrakesh is about the closest huge settlement or a city there. It's closer to Marrakesh than it is to Agadir, if I said that place right. That is a fairly large metropolis there. If we look at it in the satellite format, you can see it is, you know, a thriving community there. But there is a bunch of farming and stuff going on the way there. And I'm sure that if this is a river, that all these guys here would have felt a bunch of that shaking. There's a lake happening there. So yeah, that would actually be something nasty. It's up in the mountains. It probably created some landslides and things like that locally in that area, but there is population fairly close to it. Super hot here in DC Metro. Okay. Anyway, on the other side, there is Marrakesh. If we go look at it, zoom in on it, it's a huge city, right? So if you know, things were starting to topple, and this could be a place that got hit fairly bad as far as the way everything works out there. Some of these buildings are huge when you look at them, and they're huge apartment buildings. They start crumbling, yeah, it's a big trouble. And they're not designed for a 6.8 earthquake, so that's something to consider. Here's a bunch more of these apartment buildings that were built, and you know, you really have to do consider what they've got for structure there, and those again are not that far away, and that is a little bit on the scary side when you look at that distance here, you know, and that definitely would have been shaken well beyond Marrakesh here. Anyway, that is kind of it for earthquakes. I know I'm kind of dragging along here, but that is pretty nasty for those guys to have that one there, and I hope everyone fares well. It's a really a tough thing to have to go through. You know, any place, and even these guys here, we've got these two, 5.6 and a 5.8 in Mexico. And again, I'm wondering how much, if we could put it on street map here, not that much population in that area, I don't think. At least I don't see, you know, here's some communities here, but nothing, no major populace. So a lot less people than a place like Marrakesh. It certainly has changed over 30 years. Everything has changed, the whole world. Anyway, let's zoom into here real quick. Pahala region, we'll do this really quick. We've got, let's see, this one, 2.1, 19 minutes after 3 a.m. 2.0, 13:13 is the time on that. 1.8 from 5:36. And then we've got 2.6 from 12:57. And we've got a 1.8 from 4:52 a.m. And that's 4 hours less for the actual time. So for us, it's a 4 hours difference in the summertime till daylight savings time comes along, and then it'll be 3 again, right? Or something like that. Something silly. Anyway, Pahala region, and everything between 26 and 37 kilometers down. Real quick look at how many we've got here at Kilauea. Still not that many, but let's just peek at them real quick. 1.8, 126 is the time, and 2.2 kilometers below sea level. 1.8 from 6:53. 6.1 kilometers down, and this one is 1.8, 20:06 yesterday, 1.1 kilometer down, and this is 1.7 from today at 1:05 a.m. 1.8 clicks down. Next one is a 2.2 from 8:35, 1.7 clicks below sea level. This is another 1.7, 23:08. 1.1 kilometer down, that's yesterday's. This one is a 1.7 from 6:53 this morning, 100 meters down. That's a little closer to the surface. A 2.1 from 9:15 a.m., 1.3 kilometers below sea level. This one is, and I shouldn't say that, it's a 0.1 or 100 meters below sea level. That means it still has about a kilometer to come up here, 1,000 meters. So it's not near the surface, not yet. Anyway, 2.1, 9:15, 1.3 clicks below sea level. 2.0, 9:05, 1.3 clicks down. 2.1 from 9:06, 1 kilometer down. 1.7 from 9:05, 1.2 kilometers down. 1.9 from 1946 from yesterday, 1.3 kilometers down. 2.2, 8:35 this morning, 2.3 clicks down. 2.0 from 1342 today, 1.6 clicks down. And then we've got a 1.8 from a 146 at 1.5 kilometers down, and pardon me, 1.9 at 4:35 this morning at 1.3 kilometers down. Another 1.8 from 1946, 700 meters below sea level, and this is a 1.9 from 1731, 200 meters above sea level. Okay, it's starting to change a little. This is a 2.0 from 1133, 1.7 kilometers below sea level, and the latest one there, a 2.5 from 1857, 900 meters below sea level. And we did get these stragglers earlier, so we'll leave those be, but that is Hawaii in a nutshell. We do have a certain amount of activity, but still not enough that's going to make me think we're going to get an eruption in the next day or so. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll put you back on that lovely canned lava, and we'll get that moving. Kick that thing. All right, there we go. I'm going to go take a break, so don't go away. After the break, we'll get into our SO2 map and see what's happening there. So keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you're sitting on the outside peeking in, please consider hitting the subscribe button. And don't forget about that bell notification thing so it irritates you every day that we come on. On that friendly note, I'm your host, Dr. Fox. I'll be back. Keep smiling. we go. My microphone is back on. Speaking of shenanigans, my computer seems to be doing some shenanigans. Anyway, welcome back. Thanks, Kananaska's Country, and Bulldog, and Sue, and Lizoid is here. And yeah, welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I can hear you, DrFox2000. I guess that'll have to do for now. Sorry, Shannon. I can't do any better. For some reason. Maybe I just wasn't born to sing. How about that? That would likely be the reasonable explanation. Sometimes we know when we're good at things, and we know when we're not good at things. And that is one that I'm pretty sure I'm not that good at. You know, it ranks right up there with that the only thing I'm 100% sure of is that I don't know everything. So argue with that one. Sue is carjacking people in GTA. Oh my God. Is she really doing that? That would be pretty cool to see. All right, let's let's pause this lava, and we will get over to where are we going? And we're going to go look at SO2, aren't we? I think I did bring that map up, and that will work. Let's see if we can go over there. There we go. All right, so there's that big splotch. I'm surprised it didn't move more inland yet. It's still hanging out here in the Pacific. I don't know why. It's got the marching orders to move in, but didn't want to for some reason. Anyway, let's start out up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We've got some kind of a musical note here, and that looks pretty cool. Of course, that is, who's up there? Shivalish, and we've got Karinci, Bezimiani, and of course down here, Karimsky, and then down in the lower area here, going down this way, and that is our wonderful Ibico on Paramashir Island. Anyway, some of it is going down, some is going up into the Bering Sea. Looks like it's getting rained upon on both sides, clearing out some of the air. Now, looking at what we're seeing from our Shishildon area, that is this one here, really not messing up too much in this area right now. That's today's stuff. So, kind of hard to say where they're getting their 31,000 feet from. I think they're talking about this big cloud out here. Kodiak did have a little bit extra there, but that's okay. And looking at North America in general, so Alaska has got a little bit, and starting to see it infiltrate into Yukon as well as the Northwest Territories, and none of it is bringing his own stuff down, so none of it wants none of the other one. And then we can see British Columbia is very, very heavy as far as SO2 is concerned, and we're right here in Edmonton. Of course, the cutoff line is basically, we're just on the edge of the heavy stuff. The guys up in St. Albert are not breathing as well, so hopefully that'll move up a little further north for me. And of course, this is going to be interesting. What's going to happen to this? We need a big rainstorm here, and I'm wondering if this is a circulation that's going to do it. Right now it looks like we're not getting a heck of a lot. We do have a storm down here, but interesting. Anyway, that goes all the way across into Ontario. The rest of the eastern portions are looking pretty good as far as Canada is concerned. Even the US, the levels aren't that high today. A little bit better breathing for everyone over there, but over here on the western side, we see California and Nevada, Utah, and New Mexico, as well as Colorado, all getting a little higher levels of SO2. That includes you, Lizoid, higher levels of SO2 over there. And of course we see where that's coming from. That's in Popocatépetl down here in Mexico, as well as Mexico City. And there's that storm. And yep, hopefully that'll draw in some more of that extra SO2. Central America, everything seems to be moving into the Pacific from what we're seeing. And then this is a little bit odd here. I'm trying to figure out what caused that, or if that is stuff that came in, or is that actually from Sabancaya? And that would be interesting. So I don't know. Let's see, GTA, gangster, now Brian, who's being a GTA a gangster? Don't be gangsters, that's bad for you. Anyway, Sabancaya likely the cause of most of this in this area, unless that was some residual stuff that was kind of flowing over. This looks like it was residual here as well. We know that there's quite a bit of SO2 coming from Chile in that area, and of course we see that going all the way out here into the Atlantic, so that is okay. Zooming in a little bit, we do see some leftovers from somewhere. That is likely detached from the stuff over Australia. Still don't know if there was fires or something out there, but that might be a rainstorm, and that might help wash some of it away. And New Zealand, of course, White Isle volcano, right now that circulation, we can see it's going around and getting them wet on the eastern side. So hopefully that'll wash away some of that SO2 as well. And then of course this looks new. This is a brand new plume. And where did we have that big quake? Right in here. So what's that kind of indicating to you? We got a circulation right over top of it. I wonder, are we going to see an eruption? Dr. Fox, help, I'm being accused of being a gangster. Are you a gangster? No, she can't be a gangster. I talked to her on the phone. She's not a gangster. She sounds too sweet, and she's being just a good person. She's not a gangster. Till she gets her alter ego in gear, and then she becomes Sue the Hazer. I have no idea. Oh, Sue sounded sweet and nice on the phone. I don't think she's a bad person. She not be a gangster. She didn't sound like a gangster. Anyway, yeah, okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. All right. Anyway, tofu here, not that bad today, but this I think is something that's coming from that new stuff where we had the shakers. Yes, sir, still working away there in Vanuatu. Even though they had some quakes there, I don't think it really changed much as far as output, and the same with Gawa and Aoba up north. Our friends in the Papua New Guinea area still pretty normal. Luotak a little bit lighter. Semeru still right there doing its thing. Not so much from Merapi. And let's take a look. Jakarta, yeah, looks like a big egg. And Jakarta's bringing out most of the SO2 there. Don't think we're getting that much from our wonderful Krakatau. Also can't tell what's happening there with Dempo. Moving up a little bit more, Marapi and Carinci in this area doing that little plume. And then, of course, this is Cinnabung's playground for SO2. And then, of course, we go over here and we see Ibu and Dakono on the Halamashira Island. They're doing their thing. Is that right? Yeah, Halmahera Island. I think I got it right. Anyway, there's some interesting stuff there. That is from Mayon. It's actually throwing out more SO2 this time around, so that is kind of neat. And we seen what was coming out of Taal, so that was pretty cool to be able to see it steaming and gassing like that. So this is possibly, well, we know Manila is going to produce quite a bit of SO2 as well, but this is likely more of what we've got going on there. So pretty cool looking. Our volcano islands out here making our pumice floating mats and stuff. They're still there doing their thing. Taiwan's still doing its thing. And yep, lots of SO2 in this area. Yeah, I'd love to have a permanent camera. I don't know why that guy doesn't have a camera on there, but maybe he moved or something. I hope they get that camera back. Anyway, this is Subanosejima in Japan, creating that heavy plume. And if we go zoom in here, this is from Sakurajima, right in here. So we've got this. I don't know what's causing this. Do we have something else in here? I don't recall. Where is that Fuku? The Fuku one. I thought I will have to go find its location. Anyway, let's leave that be. And look at how dark of a plume ASO is putting out. That is very heavy. So, not sure what the heck is going on. Let's have a quick look at Tokyo. Tokyo, not bad at all. And Asama, not putting out that much either. So, they're kind of a little lighter for today. We already looked at the Kamchatka. China looks pretty normal. Not so bad in Hong Kong, but getting up there. And looking at what we've got in India, northern portions are still fairly heavy, moderate if you want to call it. Not completely bad, but still not that good. South Africa, same kind of a thing. There's still smelting gold, so that's what we're seeing from there. And then getting up here into the central portions of Africa, Democratic Republic of the Congo. We've got Nyiragongo, Nyiragongo and Nyamuragira. Nyamuragira, something like that. I think I got them. And some coking plants. I'll also add to the pile there. And then, of course, we've got Ethiopia, where Ertael lives, but hard to tell what's going on there because of the extra pollution still flowing in from Saudi Arabia. We do have our wonderful oil refineries. That's what I'm looking for. Located in multiple places here: Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and even up in Beirut, there's one there. We know Cairo has one apparently. So they're getting a lot of SO2 in that region. Still seeing fairly high levels, but they look like they're starting to lighten up a little bit in western portions of our wonderful Turkey area there, and in the Grecian islands here. Hopefully that'll lighten up a whole bunch more. And looking at what we've got, Mount Etna doing its thing, throwing stuff out again. Looks like a heavier load today. Still seeing that big circulation here, and I'm hoping that's some rain in there for everyone, and that'll move through and clean up a little. But we do still see, so there's Etna, there's Stromboli. You can definitely tell Stromboli's got kind of an area around it, and unable to tell what's happening there with our wonderful volcano, which is right in here, or here, sorry, here. Yeah, there it is. Volcano, and that is what we got going on there. And what's the other one look like? A Stromboli from the air. There's the Stromboli effect. And, yep, definitely busy, busy. Okay, so let's zoom back out a little bit more. It looks like the areas up here, Serbia and Herzegovina and Bosnia, and that are getting a little bit lighter and not quite as bad. And we are seeing a fair amount of SO2 there in Morocco. And I'm wondering if that is because of that quake. That could be a possibility, because typically we don't see quite as much in this area, and I'm wondering if that is where that's coming from. So I don't know if we can see. I'm looking on the map here. They spell things differently in their language, I guess. Okay, I can't really tell where things are here. They've gotten foreign languages. Alright, I can't read that. Okay, let's leave that be. Anyway, it could be from the quake that they've got a little bit of extra SO2. Hopefully it's nothing from that. Anyway, not bad in Spain and France. Germany's got a little bit of SO2. And then we also have a little extra in our other countries here, like Holland and half of Belgium. And England's got a good chunk of SO2 sitting in it as well, up here in Denmark also, and just the kind of skirting the edges of the coastlines of Norway and Sweden on the bottom end. Looking at Iceland, Iceland is clean, or pretty much, so that is pretty normal, and that is okay. But looking at what Greenland's getting, going south, you're getting some SO2 thrown at you again. Darn it. Hopefully that'll get better for you. Anyway, that is our SO2 map for today, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the big splotch is this here. And really, really bad. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get some kind of a storm go zipping through there and wash a lot of that out of the air. And I'd rather have it go into the ocean and be dispersed than getting into the land and creating us a bunch of acid rain. And that's basically what would end up happening. It doesn't really matter where it falls, but in the ocean it'll disperse a little bit easier. You know, the parts per million would be a lot easier to handle. So anyway, let's leave it as that. I don't know if there's anyone that wants to throw anything else in there. I've never seen it that bad, Doc. Actually, we did when we had our wonderful eruption from Hawaii. When that was doing its thing, we had there was a couple times when it got this bad along the coastline here, but it was more, well, it was kind of a big triangle kind of shape here that we had, from what I remember. Mount St. Helens was bad as of that from Hawaii. No, this is not from Hawaii. This is from Sheldon, and that is from here when it popped a few days, or yesterday or day before. Yeah, and that's what it threw out. So yeah, bad volcano, bad. Anyway, yeah, we're going to keep an eye on these, of course, so that'll be interesting to see how things go. Anyway, let's leave the SO2 map, and we'll put it back on the canned lava, and we'll basically wrap the stream up for today. Go canned lava. Well, why is that not moving? There it goes. Alright, actually, we'll finish the stream off after I get back from the break. So we'll say bye to everyone. I gotta take a little bit of a break here, you guys. Throat's actually very sore, so don't go away. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or 6 minutes. I'll throw some music on, and of course, we will have this running till about 9 p.m. on my time anyway, so still on for another 52 minutes at least. So anyway, here's the music. I'll be back in a few minutes. So the microphone is back on for the final go here. So awesome, and thank you for the welcome backs from Cananaska's country, and from Sue and CND boy. Thanks. And yeah, looking at what we got going on here, continuing to watch our wonderful canned lava, looking at, you know, it always amazes me how some of that stuff comes out of there, especially through those lava tubes. And thank you, Brian, for the welcome back. And I hear you, DrFox2000. I know, I'm bad. Off key, off key. Okay, never mind. Thanks, Sharon. Oh, gotta be a melodic somehow, or is that the right word? Melodic, I think. Anyway, Doc. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, you know, I'm keeping fingers crossed here. I'm hoping that our Icelandic stuff is going to take off a little bit, and I want to pop back over to that Iceland earthquake map just for a minute. And we'll zoom in here. We do still see quite a few quakes in our Fragedalfjall area. And of course, you know, we don't know where that actual magma is sitting. There is a magma intrusion underneath the peninsula, but I don't think they can pinpoint it. But, you know, we've got quite a few quakes here. Why all of a sudden are we seeing more quakes at Keilir again? And, you know, if this is any indicator, we had the eruption here, then it moved that way, then we had an eruption here, then we had an eruption here. Are we going to see an eruption here, you know, as it's moving along? Or are we going to see something just shy of Keilir and pop up out here? Or is it going to go over to Drifjell over here? So that is kind of something that you gotta wonder about, and it's interesting to see that. You know, I'm hoping that we will see an eruption again in this area. Of course, actually, for me, it'd be really cool if we could see it down in Not Creaky area, or sorry, that's not Creaky, Not Haggy, I should say. That would be really cool. Or even if there was an eruption here, this would be interesting, or down in this part. Very, very interesting. I don't think it'll have an eruption here. This is pretty high. This 201 meters, 159 meters there. So fairly high land there. And I remember when we, you know, were driving by on the highway here, this parking area, that's actually quite, that's the one I'm thinking of. No, yeah, that one's quite deep down in kind of a valley. So seeing these big monsters here, you kind of gotta wonder what's going to go on. But it's interesting, very, very interesting to see what our wonderful Fragedalfjall is going to do. And of course, you know, we're going to continue to watch it. It's fascinating, to say the least. You know, like having watched the birth of a bomb basically here, and then of course the rest of them develop really a different scenario, you know. And of course Siggy Fisher right in here, and that did go up on the side of the hill, so pretty cool. But anyway, yeah, I just I'm fascinated with that. And like everyone always, you know, they were talking about Askia's continuing to rise and stuff like that. But when is it going to pop? Is the big question. Are we going to see an eruption from Bardabunga before Askia? Or are we going to see something from Katla or Eyjafjallajökull? You know, any of these volcanoes, these ones could be really big as far as eruptive attitudes from previous. Some were fantastically big, much bigger than what we have here with our tourist volcanoes. So, pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be. I don't know, is there anything else anyone wants to look at before we kind of shut her down for today? I think we've covered pretty much as much as we can today in regards to looking at some of these things, and I want to do some more research on seamounts. Hurricane Lee. Hurricane Lee. Let's see. Can we do that? Let's go over here. We're going to change our windy.com to. Let's get rid of that one. We'll make a new window. A new window with. Hey, where did it go? How come it? It removed it from there. It is. Into sky, and that's what we want to see. Okay, so what did you say? Which volcano? Hurricane Lee is coming on my way next week. All right, let's go over here and look at this. So the one out here, Yova, is the one that's over off of the Baja. That's what's causing the SO2 to be kind of taken out there. There's another low sitting here, just off of our wonderful Costa Rica. Well, it's more a little further north. Costa Rica is where that high is, so it's just off the shores. There's Guatemala there and El Salvador, that kind of thing. So maybe a little bit more stormy traffic there, but here is Lee and Margaret. Or Margot. Lee, I don't know. We'll see where that is going to go in the future. Right now, I don't know exactly where it is, but it does look like it may come up this way. Right now, there's a high sitting up here, kind of protecting the area, so this may skate a little further to the east. So that is a possibility. And Margot. I don't know where that's going to go. That is too early to tell. We got the downward currents here and more low depressions here. It could slip further down and then bump back up. Depends on where this goes, right? What's the coldest temp in Antarctica? I have no idea. Antarctica. Minus 70 something, minus 72 so far, 73, 74. That's what I see on there, minus 73, minus 74, right there. So that is pretty cold, but do we see anything else colder? I don't know. Oh, there's some minus 80s. Right in that region, minus 80, where are we here? 85, 86, 87, minus 87. That's minus 88 right there. So yeah, you want to go for a tropical shot? Sue found minus 85 this morning at 5. I'm looking at minus 88 on the screen right there, right now. If we go any further here, let's see if we can. There's 87, 88. Do we have 89? No, one spot with a minus 88 right there. So, yep, minus 88 is what I see there. Pretty cool. Oh, and there's even more, minus 87, 86. So there's a big cold splotch in here. Minus 86, 85, 84s, 83s. So, but minus 88 was what we've seen there. So that is a pretty chilly. I don't know if you can beat that, but that is horribly cold. And of course, the other end of the stick, which is the northern pole, you're minus 4 or 5, that kind of thing. Up here, minus 4. Not very cold when you compare the two. Minus 4 as compared to a minus 88. Even in Greenland, it's only a minus 27 Celsius. That's not that bad, is it? And let's see how hot it is. Death Valley coming in at a balmy 38 degrees. Phoenix is sitting at 38, 37. Mexicali about 37 as well. And looks like a few spots in Mexico are really hot also. Going down here, yeah, not so bad. So the heat is pretty much all over here on the other side now. And of course down here in the Gulf of Mexico. That heat, of course, will draw in more of these wonderful storms. That is what that does really well. Anyway, you got two highs sitting out here kind of working together. That's going to stay there for a while. Messing up the jet stream, and we see that it is pumping some warmer air up, and it is going that way. Let's get rid of that. There we go. Not quite as warm in Iceland because of the way the cold is blowing in here. They're starting to get the north winds. It's a time. All right, so yeah, let's leave that be. Let's get rid of that, and we'll put it on there, and we'll leave this play. And I'm going to get off of here, so I'm going to say thank you everyone for being here today. Appreciate all of you. And big thank you to our gift givers. We had Kevin Haynes did one gift, and Grandma B did one gift. And thank you guys for that wonderful support. Also big thanks to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy, and Sue, and C&D Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, as well as Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, VZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, Joseph Hills, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thanks, moderators. Appreciate your wonderful help. Sue, special thank you for all the hard work with the reports all the time. I really do appreciate it. Also, Piggy, thank you very kindly for sending those bacon seeds in. I know it's a lot of work, and it's also a lot of work loading them. So it's a little bit of fun. It's all about the passion. All right, so be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. And on the way out, if spaghetti models show Lee curving northeast. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, and hopefully it'll do good stuff and stay out in the water area. All right, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and of course tomorrow is Saturday, so we start a couple hours earlier, 3 hours, and that always helps out for the European community to be able to get in a little bit earlier there and enjoy the show. So we'll see what we can come up with, and that's all good. So on those friendly notes, only one thing left for me to add, and that is really, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, sleep well, rest well, or have a wonderful day, depending on where you are. And oink oink!